to join us. If not, we're recording, so they'll have something to come back to, and you'll have something to come back to. We'll get that posted out and let you know where that's going to be. So I wanted to start out this morning. You had some time to think about this. I'm sure that's all you thought of yesterday. And so I wanted to know if anyone had any questions, and by any questions, I mean any questions. Anything is a good question. Okay. Well, just like yesterday, if you do have something as we're going through the presentation, stop me at any time. You can send it via chat, or you can just start talking, whatever works best for you. If you don't have much, if you don't have anything that you wanted to say, it's best to keep your phones on mute probably until you want to say something. That way we don't necessarily hear background noise. Makes it a little bit easier. But first thing I wanted to do is check and make sure that everybody was awake. So before you put your phones on mute, I guess I should have said this first, I just wanted to go through a couple of quick things as reminders. So do you remember what the two primary roles are within BidBuy?
There was basic and what was the other one?
And the other one, department access. So department access is that lowest role. The basic purchaser has a higher level of authority and is able to access more. So department access and basic purchasing. And the three kinds of documents in BidBuy.
Requisition, purchase order, and bid.
Perfect, exactly. What's the quickest way to buy something in BidBuy?
Quick buy.
Quick buy. And the one I really was pointing out yesterday, do you remember what publish informal bid on web means? Which doesn't mean publish informal bid on web. That was when we were doing a small purchase and we had that option to click that box that said publish informal bid on web. It doesn't actually publish it out for the world to see, and what that means is, however, when the vendors log in, they'll see it in their control screen. So they'll be able to see it, and it'll be there available when they log in. That's what it means by publishing it on the web. And this one I think is for Eileen. So there's two ways that you can send a PO, and what are those two ways, or setting a PO to the sent status?
For authority or for signature or approval?
Right. So you can send it so that you're close. You can either, when you get ready to finally put it into sent status, you can either have it send an email out to the vendor, or you can just set it to sent status and it doesn't send the email to the vendor.
Perfect. So
that's the two ways. When you get finally down to the end and you're getting ready to send that purchase order, you can either send the email to the vendor or not send the email to the vendor. So that was our quick wake up to see if we were all awake yet this morning. We're going to go ahead and dive right into the big enchilada, the IFB. And, really this builds on everything that we learned yesterday. So, everything's going to sound and probably look fairly familiar to you.
Lori, should we be logged in or not yet?
Not yet. We'll log in a minute or so. Probably a few minutes.
All right, thanks.
So we're going to understand the IFB process. We use the open market to do that because we're going out to the open market to get our pricing. We're going to do notices of award, so that's a little bit different than what we've done so far. You will have the option of creating a rec, but you will need to create a bid. We'll show you how to do the bid amendment, how to create a purchase order, and how to create a change order. But it's all going to look fairly similar. So, as we all know, the award for an IFB is based on the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, the requirements for award low price, and responsiveness and responsibility. I think this first bullet mark, what is an IFB and how do we do it in BidBuy? An open market IFB is used when you are making a one-time purchase, and I'm fairly certain that will be the only way that your offices do that. The other option within the system is you can do a blanket IFB, and that functionality within BidBuy, in case you ever want to know, is what's used on a master contract. So you're going to be releasing from some blankets when you do a quick buy release off of a master, but you'll never be setting up a master, I don't think. Could be wrong, but I don't think you will. So open market is what you're going to be using for your IFB. So I've started it here and said you need to create a new bid, and that is what you will need to do in order for the system to work. But as we discussed, and I'm going to go through with you, you can go right from that rec step, then go out to creating the bid, processing the bid, publishing it, creating any bid amendments that you need, and awarding. Did anyone have any thoughts about that yesterday? And maybe you don't have enough information yet really to decide whether or not you'd want to use the rec or whether you probably won't use a rec.
I think for the AG's office, we're still indifferent on it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, and like I said, I think it helps to tie everything all together, but again, it's up to you. So we'll go through it so that you can see how that would work. So after you do any amendments, then you're going to want to open that bid. You're going to want to do your bid tabulation, create your purchase order. If you're going to be sending that purchase order ultimately through the system, you're going to send it through the system. And then if you're going to be attaching any documents after the fact, you'll be creating a change order to do that. So those are all the steps that we'll go through this morning. So I have as our example here, our IFB for, it's a fire extinguishers, but let's go ahead and let's go out and let's log in. So just in case you don't remember, train.bidbuy.illinois.gov is the address. And go ahead and use your training ID and password from yesterday.
What was it, training?
.bidbuy.illinois.gov. Is everyone in? Is everyone logged in?
Not me yet.
Okay.
I'm logged in.
I am.
Okay, great.
I'm in.
Awesome. Okay, so you're in, you're going to do your first IFB, and we go up here to Documents, which is one of our ways to navigate. And let's start with a rec, but you have the option of starting with a bid, and then come out here and do a new requisition. So up here, you should, only have your organization is what we call them in BidBuy, your org. We'll talk about are you in your org, but it should represent your org. And in this particular case, I'm going to get some dog fest. So we need dog fest. And I'm going to be doing an IFB. For most of you, when would you use an IFB, the formal bid process? Is your threshold 100,000?
Hi, it's Eileen. I'm still not in, but ours is 25,000 right now.
To do IFBs. Okay, that's interesting.
And this
Well,
is
we're in
Bob.
the
We're at
process of
50.
trying to get it changed, but not yet.
Okay, so I've got a 25, I've got a 50.
I think we're 80, but I can't even remember.
Okay, so 25, 50, or 80, so different thresholds that you're all working on making bigger. Okay, so that's good to know. And Eileen, you're still logging in?
Yeah, it's still not letting me in.
What's it saying?
Login ID and password does not match, so I'm trying again.
Eileen, if the one that you were using yesterday isn't working, you could go back out to that email and grab any of the other ones and use that too. Just maybe not the one that Kim, maybe use the one that's at the bottom if you can't get it to work.
Yeah, Taria's here with me, and she's trying to use the one she used yesterday, and it's still, so I'll go out. I'll try to use the 06 one.
Okay. They're case sensitive, so you do have to make sure that you've got all your caps and your lowercase and all that in there.
And then just use the password 01, the same one as that, right?
Yeah, capital P and then the @ sign,
Yeah.
SSWORD1.
Nope, still not letting me.
So let me look at the one that I sent. Hold on. But Kim, you're on and you're using your password, right?
Yeah, I'm using 01, the 340 user 01, and then my password that I established yesterday.
Okay. Oh, that's right. So you created new passwords yesterday. That's where probably your issue is.
And Taria created that, and she's here with me, but we're still not. Which one did you use? Did you use 2?
I used to. So it changes all the passwords?
No idea. Then you did Eileen. I got that.
And then it's 1.
Nope, nothing. Okay,
So,
what do you suggest? I've tried all of them.
You've tried every single one of these?
Well, I'll try the 9, the last one.
Can you go down and let Randy know that the AG's office seems to be, let's see if 09 works. 09 will get her
No,
in.
I didn't get in with that one either.
So you were using 340 user 09 and the password 01?
Correct.
Okay. We're going to have someone walk down and see if they can't reach out and help with that. So let Randy know that it's Eileen and it's the AG's office, and it's Taria? Is that the other name?
Taria's here with me.
Okay. So we have 2 people there that aren't able to log in using, you tried 02 through 09 on the usernames and passwords?
Yeah, Kim had 01, Taria used 02, and I tried 02, and I tried all the way down the rest of them.
Okay, we'll see what we can do.
Okay, we'll just keep going. We can follow along.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we're doing the rec, and remember I said yesterday, if you want to come up with a little bit of your own naming convention, whether telling people to put their initials in to make searching easier or anything, you can do that or not. I'm going to come down on my requisition. I'm going to select my department. I'm going to select a location within the department if I have that. My requisition type, and this is going to be key, is selecting open market. And you'll see how the screen jumps when I select that because it changes the fields so that I have the right fields for open market. And then I come on down and I look at any of the other required fields. I do want to include my type code. A dog vest is a commodity, so I'm going to go ahead and do that, and I'm going to save and continue. All pretty straightforward, and the system is happy. Now I'm going to come out and I'm going to search for some items. So I'm going to see, are there any dog vests that are out there, and I'm going to do an advanced search. I immediately go to using the advanced search. I don't get really good results if I just use this generic search up there. So tip is just always use advanced search. My item description is I'm going to put in just dog. When searching, less is always more. And I see that I have some dog vests here. So I want 1,000 dog vests. And I'm going to want to find another item. So I'm going to go out and I'm going to search again. I'm going to come out here to my advanced search. If I can find anything. I also want some German Shepherds. So I want some actual dogs to go with my dog vests. And so I'm going to add that to my rack. And let me see. I'm going to go out and search again. And I'm going to go to my advanced search, and I'm not sure what I want this time, so I'm not going to put anything in there. I'm just going to click Find It and see what I come up with. So I've got some consulting services. I want some dog training consulting services, and let's assume that this is dog training consulting. So I'm going to add 1,000 hours of training.
Eileen, I don't mean to interrupt, but we did get in.
Oh, good, awesome. So they must have, something must have been locked, and I'm sure they just unlocked you. So.
Or a tree. I don't know.
What's that?
We're good.
Okay, great. Okay, so I have 3 different things here. I have dog vests, I have some German Shepherds, and I have some consulting to do some dog training for me. So my 3 different items, if you recall, if I want to look at some details about those items, I might be totally comfortable with those line items that I just picked up, or I may want to come out, why is it not, and take a look at any of the details here, or I may want to add some details to my description that I'm taking out to bid. I may want all blue with a custom state of Illinois logo. I may want 3 sizes. Any detail that I want to put in here, I can come in and add to the description of that line item. The line items are kind of out there in the system to give you a starting point when you're doing an open market rec, but you can go in and, I didn't want to add a new, so I'm going to, and that's something that's actually good. So if you do that and you say save and add new, and what you really meant to do was save and exit, you can go out and, let's see, hit cancel and exit, and that should take you right back out there. So you'll see here that my dog vest, now my, added description is there. My German Shepherds, I can go in, and they were able to get in.
Oh, they were?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay, so we're all good.
Okay.
So I've got everything here, my 3 line items, I'm comfortable. The estimated price that was in the system was something that I was comfortable with. I knew that that was probably right. And my consulting services, so everything is good. I'm going to go ahead and just save and continue before I move on. And now for an open market IFB on my vendors tab, this is different from small purchase. Small purchase, we went right from a rack where we added our vendors and took that out to a purchase order because we didn't need to post, we didn't need to go out to bid. If you're doing a rec here, you just skip the vendors tab. We'll be getting to that when we go to the next tab, so there's nothing that you need to do here. I'll come out, I'll check my addresses, and everything's right. That's where I want all of that sent. I come out to my accounting. I always have to pick my special procurement type. In most cases, it's going to be not applicable. And I have to do 2 clicks here. I'm going to need to save base percentages and rebuild for all items to get my red error to go away. My red error went away. I'm not going to see anything on routing yet, and if I'm understanding, I'm thinking, have any of you thought about adding approvers? I know some of the feedback I've gotten so far is, I don't think we'll be getting to that right away. Any thoughts on that? Okay. Are you still there?
Yeah, I talked to Rocco about it, but we're still talking about it.
Right, that makes sense.
I don't think we'd have approvers at the treasurer's office because we have our own internal system for that. So,
Great.
And we don't either at the retirement system.
Great. Okay, good. Then that'll make everything work really easily. So nothing there on the routing, and nothing at this point is going to be. Here at the requisition stage, so when we're doing a requisition, the thing we're trying to do, is establish essentially our business case for procuring something. So any documents, forms that you wish to attach, it could be either that procurement justification form that was in the system that I showed you yesterday. It can be your agency's specific forms, but anything that you wanted to attach there, you could go ahead and attach. You can set, create a note for yourself, create a reminder for yourself. But again, this is our super fast, simple part of the process that just lays out the basics of what you're intending to procure. Even though you don't have approvals, the next step is to submit this for approval. And you're going to put it on automatic approval unless you wanted to add someone, and then go ahead and click Save and Continue. And I'm sorry, that should have probably said Submit for Approval. That's what you should have done, is Submit for Approval. And you'll see up here in the corner then, it changes from In Progress to Ready for Purchasing. So your rec now is ready to go to the next stage. So you have a couple of options down here when you're doing an IFB, or that are presented to you in the system. One is to convert that over to the bid. The other is to convert that off to a purchase order. When we're doing a small purchase, we skip the bid. When we're doing an IFB, we want to convert to a bid. So because that's a major step, it's going to ask you if that's really what you want to do, and you can say, yes, that is in fact what I want to do. So you click that, and you'll see now the status has changed up in the corner to Gone to Bid. And as I told you about before, it creates a little history there for you. So if you had any questions, when did I start it, when did I send it for approval, and so forth, you can click that box and look at that, and then you're going to be able to see when the major steps along the way happened. So we've converted it over to a bid, and we now have a link here to the bid. There are different numbers assigned to the rec, a different one for the bid, a different one for the PO, and you know which one you're at by that letter in the middle, the B. Not quite the middle, but close. And so go ahead and you're going to click your bid link, and that is going to take you up and put you out in your new bid document, and you'll know that because it changes up here and shows you that you're on the bid. Your bid now is in progress, that's your status, and you have a bunch of red errors that you're going to need to take care of before you're going to be ready to post that bid out. So super important thing to know, very foundational, that this bid document is the only thing that posts out publicly. So it's the only thing that is going to be accessible and viewable from that search off of the home page. It's the only thing that does public posting. So this is where all of your posting activity will occur. And for you, I assume this is one of the most important parts of BidBuy for you. So we are going to do this. This is going to work very similarly to what we've done so far. Some of this will be pre-populated. If you started with a rec, a lot of that rec information will carry over. If you're starting right with a brand new bid, it'll be blank, and you'll just have to fill it all in. But since we did a rec here as our example, you'll see some of it carried over and was pre-populated. So I'm just going to start going through the various fields here. Always important is our bid available date. So we've got to go ahead and add that. And just wanted to show you, if you are working with this date functionality, when I first started working with it, I found it extraordinarily confusing. But if you wanted to change this, let's say you made it, January, you don't want to post it out till January, and, you want to set a specific time that you wanted to post on January 18th, I would do that, and I would do all of that, and I would think I had it done. But always remember, the very last thing you have to do when creating a date here is click on that day in order to get that change to occur.
Lori, I'm sorry to interrupt. We got bumped out of the system, and now we're back out again. I don't know if it's our system here or what, but we're not even seeing a screen now.
So I'm wondering if you got bumped out of WebEx. Can you see your WebEx at the top of your screen or your chat features?
Yeah, it says State of Illinois WebEx portal, but none of your information that we were seeing before is showing. Do you want me to log out and just log back in again of everything?
Yeah, log out of WebEx and then go ahead and log back in. Can everyone else still see everything?
Yes, I can.
I can.
Okay, so that's good. It's working on my end, which I'm usually the problem, so I'm happy it's not me. But yeah, I would then see if you need to log back into the WebEx. Yeah, that should have been fine because they got in.
Yeah, these are the users that they can try them out.
Okay. Let's see what time it is. It is, since it's 8:56, why doesn't everyone else take a 10-minute break? Actually, let's come back at 9:10. And in the meantime, Eileen, if you need any assistance, we can assist you. But everyone else be back at 9:10. Eileen, are you still there? It shows she's on the phone.
Hi, we're back.
Right.
But we're locked.
You're locked out. Okay, so try this for your username. Let me pull that back up. Try 340 and then user in all capitals. 0202.
Got it.
And then password will be the capital P @ and then SSWORD, all lower, 50.
No can do.
We're 15 minutes.
You know, it says that we have to wait 15 minutes before we can try it from this computer.
If you have a different username and password, it shouldn't be holding you to that 15 minutes. It just means on your username and password that you tried before you're logged out. We're going to step back down and see if we can get you unlocked again.
All right, please continue though. Kim's there, so we're feeling pretty good here. We can listen.
Well, I just put everyone on a 10-minute break, so we're going to get back together at 9:10.
Okay, sorry about this. I don't know what's happening.
No problem. That's okay. We'll get you straightened out.
So just sit here. I've got the login screen up on my screen. Just wait for somebody, or should I try something else?
Yeah, no, just wait. We'll get you unlocked and we'll get you back in.
All right, sorry, Lori.
No problem. No, it's no big deal. We'll be back in 10.
All right. Hello? But it knocked me out of my audio?
We can hear
I'm
you.
here.
Ah, there we are.
Okay, we're back. Were you able, Eileen, to get in?
I did not try it. I was waiting the time, so I will try it again.
Before you do that, I've got one new one that you can try.
All right, I'm ready when you are.
Try using the one that's 02.
Okay.
And with the password, try 20 at the end. So P at
So I'm going to
password
use user 01 still, correct?
02.
Okay.
The one that's 340 user 02, and then the password 20. I want to get timed out.
Yay, we're in.
Awesome. Okay, good. So now that you're in, stay in. And don't get timed out. But that should work for you then until you can get back to the standard one that you're going to be using. Okay. So we were going through using the calendar. Last thing you need to do when using the calendar is click on that day. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, yes, today, 8:54 on the 18th is the time I want to make that available. I'm going to continue working down. This is going to be an open bid. It's going to be open market. And if I have any pre-bid conference information, I'm going to put my date and time and information in there. If I want a more detailed bulletin description for this bid, I can say, I can put in information, additional information about the bid, and I can put that in there. Quote notification, we don't need to do anything with that. Your SPO name is going to be a required field. If you don't have a specific person, with the title of SPO, you can put in, whatever name you want to use, to designate as your SPO on the procurement. It's just a required field. Agency reference number works the same way. If you have some number at your agency, you can go ahead and add that in. If there's a special procurement type, you can indicate the type that it is. If you were to pick a type of special procurement, it's going to ask for the rationale for that procurement. So, on emergencies, it can be, health, safety, welfare, all of those kinds of things. So you're going to put in the specific rationale if you're doing a special type of procurement. For our purposes, I'm just going to leave that blank, and you'll see that that extra field went away. Okay, so down here also, it's going to ask about brand names. We don't have a brand name specification on here, so we say no. And is this subject to the small business set-aside? You've all told me that you pretty much don't use that, so your answer is always going to be no. Is there a BEP or veteran business participation goal set on here? And you would indicate whether it was or was not. These fields down here and a lot of these questions, like you've told me, really don't apply to you. We use these for reporting purposes, so you will need to fill them out, but go ahead and put in the appropriate answer. If there was some previous original bid number, we would put that in there, but it really doesn't apply. None of these other fields down here are required. You can fill them out as you wish. Our type code is, in this particular case, going to be that this is an IFB. It's pre-populated the fiscal year, so we're all good. It's put in my org that I'm working in. Now, this checkbox here is very, very important. I can't stress enough, always knowing whether or not, when you're posting something out for bid, you want to permit or not permit an electronic response. So this question, allow electronic response, is up to you. And if you check it, vendors will be able to respond to your bid electronically. Now, some words of caution. If you do allow vendors to respond electronically, there's lots of pros. The pros of electronic response is your vendors are going in and they're putting their information in themselves. You don't have to go in and put it in for them when you get down to tabulating the bid. They're going to be attaching documents. They're going to be doing all of that work for you, and it's their quote that they're submitting. So it's their information. They're responsible for getting it right, and it works really well. We have not had, since we've implemented BidBuy, to my knowledge, issues with vendors being able to respond electronically. The downside, or the other side of it is, though, when you put your instructions on this, on your IFB, and you're posting that out, you're going to have to be very clear in your instructions as to what you expect your vendors to do when submitting electronically, not submitting electronically. So your attachments are going to have to be very clear to them. So allow electronic response is probably the most important decision you're going to make on this screen. Am I going to let my vendors respond or not? So make sure you know and understand that. In this particular case, I'm going to go ahead and leave it as allowing an electronic response from our vendors. The next item below that is the bid opening date. That's probably your second most important consideration, is what is your requirement for posting out. You know, if you're following the 14-day posting requirements, then you're going to come down here and you're going to move out 14 days. So you're going to say, if we're on the 18th of December, I'm going to want to open that on the 2nd of January. And just make sure that you're entirely comfortable and know that you're meeting your posting requirements. For our demonstration purposes, I'm going to go ahead and set this to open today for training purposes. And I'm going to say, since our BidBuy time, right now it says that we're at 9:14. I'm going to see if I can get myself all the way through this by 9:24. So let's hope I talk fast and we can get into opening this at 9:24. Okay, and so I set it at 9:24. I click back on that date so that it takes that change, and I've got everything that I need right there. And I can come back and change this. If I talk too long, I'll be able to fix it. Purge date, as I told you yesterday, it's not a box that we do anything with. This is not an informal bid. We're doing a formal IFB. The estimated cost, which carried over from our requisition, is showing up as $1 million. So that information is there. These two boxes, rolling and open enrollment, are something that we would use, really is more for an advanced use of the system. If you're going out and you're doing some fancy things. So there's nothing we really need to discuss today. But like I said, before we leave the screen, just always remember that you're comfortable and you know that whether you are or are not allowing an electronic response. So once we have that all completed, we're going to go ahead and click Save and Continue. If I miss anything, it's going to tell me I missed it and not let me save. So I went in and I filled in that field I missed, and we're all good now. No hard stops. I'm going to come out here on my bid now, look at my items, think through if anything has changed, if I need to add anything. I have the ability to do that. I also have the ability to come out here, look at the details, and it's always good for me to remind myself and maybe even make a note as to what my NIGP code was could be helpful to me, so I often write that down, 68008, but I'm fine. Everything that I have on here is exactly what I intended it to be, and so I'm going to go ahead and save and exit. So I'm happy with my screen. Come back to my addresses. That carried over from when I did the rec, which is optional for you, but my addresses are all good. Look at my accounting information. That carried over from my rec, so I'm all good there. Routing is not going to have anything, and you've all indicated you don't think you're going to be using any approval paths, so you're never going to see anything, so you're all good there. And now we're at our attachment stage. So as we went over yesterday, you can attach files from your computer, you can attach forms from within the system, and when you're posting out for the public, and especially, well, not even especially, but when you're posting out for your vendors to see this, you're going to want all of your necessary documents. So if you're using the IFB template or your own IFB document, you're going to attach that there. Any other documents that you may be using at your office, all of those attachments are going to go there. That's really where you're going to explain the bulk of the procurement. So just like you did back in the day, on the IPB, when you attached all of your documents there for your bid, you're going to do the exact same thing here. That's going to be your instructions to your vendor. So are there any questions about that? What to attach and how to attach it? It's very easy. Okay, works the same way. Your notes here, you can write a note to yourself if there's some note related to this particular bid that you're getting ready to post that you want to do. You can do that there. Also come out here, and now it's time to add your vendors. So when we were working yesterday, we were doing all of that at the rec stage. Now today on the bid, we're going to do it down here on the bid. It's much more formal. So I'm going to go out here, and I'm going to look up and add vendors. Now, one of the things that I did not show you yesterday, but was available to you, is one of the options within the system is to click on the box that says, find vendors for all commodity codes on the bid. That is so super easy and so straightforward. And what that's going to do is the search field is going to go back and look at those items that you put on the bid that have their NIGP codes, and it's going to look in the system, and it's going to pull up every vendor in the system that matches the NIGP codes on your line items. So I'm going to tell it, yeah, I do. Please do ads for me, all the vendors in the system that match the NIGP codes. Now, this is a simple, straightforward search. So from each line item that you add, you get one NIGP code to associate with that item. So this system is going to go out and it's going to look at item number 1 and the one NIGP code associated with that, item number 2 and the one NIGP code, and so on and so forth. So every item gets one code that's associated. I'm going to look at this list, and I know I'm buying dogs and dog vests, and I see that I have dog vendors, and it looks to me like this is a pretty good list, and I'm very comfortable with all the vendors. So I'm going to go up. I have to select them and say, yes, I do want to add them. And then it'll give me a little warning that says that this might take a while because you have a lot of them, but it generally doesn't. So that's not very important. I just say, okay. And then I go ahead and say save and exit. And all those vendors now get added to this particular bid, which means they're going to get any emails and notifications. And so I have added them. Now, let's say I did that. I searched by lookup and, add the vendors based on the commodity codes. And I said, gosh, there's one vendor that I always use that's not on this list. I don't know why they didn't get added to the list, but I'd really like to add them. So I'm going to go out, and I know the vendor's name. They're my great vendor. And I'm going to go and I can add any additional vendors that I want to add individually. So I may look at both of these and say, yeah, I actually want both of these vendors, or I may say I want one of these vendors. So I'm in control. I get to decide who gets added in addition to. And as we know, we want to be as inclusive as possible. So we want to add as many vendors as is appropriate, so we have the greatest amount of competition on this particular bid, but we don't want to add superfluous vendors that are never going to be interested in this. That would be very non-productive. So we want to make sure, but I always know that my great vendor bids on my dog ISBs, and so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add that one too. So I'm going to add that. My screen's going to jump a little bit, and now that great vendor is added there down on the bottom. So now I look at my list and I say, okay, I'm really comfortable with this list. I can now come up here like we did yesterday, and it's going to ask if I want this to be unrestricted, where all vendors can view and respond. If I pick that option, it's going to post it out. In addition to sending an email to all of these vendors, it's also going to post that out for public searching from the home page. Anyone will be able to go out and find this posted bid. If I pick selected or restricted, if I select restricted, then it's only going to send an email out to these particular vendors. My guess is that in your offices, you're likely to want to post out kind of so all vendors can see it. Generally speaking, the only time we really use a restricted bid is when we are soliciting like to our small business vendors and something set aside for them. That's when we often use the restricted, but you've indicated that you really don't use that. So my guess is you're going to pick that option, unrestricted bid, all vendors can view and respond. And it's going to give me a couple of other options down here. Do I want to show my unit prices to vendors? No, in most cases I don't. I really can't even think of a case where we might want to show unit prices to our vendors, but I'm not going to check that because I really don't want to do that. But I do want to hide my bid holder list. Our bidders like to be protected. They don't like to be exposed that this is something they're interested in. This is something that they may want to bid on. So we're going to go ahead and hide that bid holder list on the vendor site so that they can't all see who's bidding on this. And once I'm happy with that screen, I'm going to click Save and Continue like I do all along the way. And now that's locked down and I have everyone in there. When we come out here to the next tab, this is a questions tab. I don't think that this gets a lot of usage. I don't think there's probably a lot of good reasons to use it. It's an option within the system and an option to you. In most cases, if you're attaching IFB documents that need to be filled out and then attached back with a vendor submitting a quote or filled out and sent in by a vendor who's submitting a paper quote, if you have any questions that you need answered, you're going to ask that in those paper documents. But the system does allow you, if you wanted to go in and post a question within the system, you might want to say, you know, are you a certified dog trainer? You can go ahead and add a question. You can make that required or not required, and you can specify the kind of comment or the kind of response that you're willing to take. So do you want a text response where they're going to give you a detailed response? Do you want them to just say yes or no or true or false? So you can use this functionality. It's within the system. I think most folks don't use it. So, but I'll go ahead and I'll say it's not required, but I'll go ahead and just leave that question there and I can save that. And as you can see, I could ask a bunch of different questions if I really wanted the system to collect that information from vendors and I was allowing electronic response. So that's how you use that field. And remember, if you put required and someone doesn't do it, or you have a problem, then you may be, creating some additional challenges for you. So probably, again, your option, but really think before you select that required box. Down here on amendments, we're still on that stage of setting up this bid for public posting, so we're not doing any amendments now, and there really isn't even an option there. I don't even have any buttons to create one because I couldn't create one while we're still in progress. Q&A, which can be a little confusing. We have questions and then we have Q&A, right? So we can come down here and we can decide whether we're going to allow the vendor to submit questions. Most offices and agencies are doing that. They are allowing vendors to submit questions. If you enable the system to allow your vendor to submit questions, vendors are going to be able to go in when they're providing electronic responses and submit their questions, and you can also instruct the system to send you a notification email when a vendor does submit a question. So whoever is the buyer and is indicated on that general tab as the purchaser will go ahead and get notice that all these questions are coming in. What we do, and you may think of your own internal processes for this, is we have a requirement that if we do allow the system to have these questions submitted electronically, we actually go through the steps, and we don't just answer those questions electronically. We actually go through and create a formal question and answer document that we come back and post out, just like we've always done with posting questions and answers. So everything's in one location, and we're meeting the requirements to get the answers back out to everyone. So use of this Q&A tab, optional, and if you're going to use it, you need to make sure that it complies with all of your requirements and you know that you're using it in the way you want to. I'm going to uncheck that. There's no requirement to do it, so I'm not going to allow that. And then I'm going to click Save and Continue. And I think we've saved there. Okay, good. So now I can come out here to reminders, just like we went through yesterday. If I want to set a reminder to myself with my due date, I can do that. My comment, set a reminder to myself or anyone else that's in the system. The number of days prior to the due date I want the reminder, and that I wanted to send an email. So I could use that functionality if I wanted it. And so I've gone through all the tabs from left to right. My bid is still in progress, and it's telling me that I talked longer than my bid date. So it's telling me you're going to have to go back and you're going to have to change my bid opening date. So I thought I'd get done by 9/24, and instead now we're at 9/28. So I'm going to go ahead and I can change this now before I post it out and say, how about if I open this at 9/31? Have to always come back and click that date when I make a change. And before I leave this screen, I need to save it so I don't lose my change. And now I can come back out on my summary tab. My red warning is gone. And I can now proof this and make sure that everything is the way I want it to work. So I'm going to look at my estimated cost. It's an open bid. That's what I want. My bid opening date, my available date. Look at my departments and my locations to make sure that I have everything. It's the right type code. And what I'm really looking for is the allow electronic response. So it's allowing the electronic quote. I said yes on this. So I look at my vendors. Yep, that's the list of vendors that I had. And so I come down and I look at my line items and verify that everything is in fact the way I want it. And once I'm sure I want this, I can go ahead and submit it for approval. Submitting for approval is a significant step within the system. One of the things, and I'm going to go back and give myself another couple of minutes since I'm still talking here on my time. If you have approvals, and this isn't going to really apply to you, so it's probably not going to be a problem, but it's going to be really critical that you make sure that when you're sending this off, you have enough time and that you don't pass your bid available and your bid opening date. So I'm out here on the summary. I've got 9:30. I've got a minute and a half. I should be fine. I'm going to save and continue. Just make sure, because if you were to submit this and you don't actually get it posted before that bid opening date, you actually have to kind of start over. So it's just really important to make sure you're going to give yourself enough time. But I'm all happy with it. So I'm going to submit it for approval. I'm going to say automatic approval. I'm going to click save and continue, since you are not going to have any approvers. Most likely, I've done that. And you'll see I went from an in progress status, now I'm in ready to send status. But ready to send doesn't mean sent. You have one more thing to do, which is to send this bid. and it's going to ask me those questions there on the bottom. Do I just want this changed to sent and notifying the vendors, or do I only want it to change to sent? I want it to change the status to send, and I want to notify the vendors. And so I'm going to go ahead. It's going to give me one last look at my list of vendors. I'm happy with them, and now my bid has been sent. So once this bid has been sent, and it is 3577, let's go out. Doesn't seem to be working. Oh, there we go, another one. 3577. So let me log out of the system, and this is something I was showing you yesterday. You always want to log out when you're not using the system. And my bid is 3577. I should be able to come down here in my contract and bid search, use the advanced search to search for a bid, put my bid number in here, and click find it, and there it is. So now anyone who comes along, because we said, go ahead and I want this to be unrestricted, anyone can see it, this bid is now posted out publicly. So are there any questions on that? Getting through from your rec to your bid and getting it posted out?
Hi, it's Eileen. I have a question. When you add all the vendors, do the vendors see who the bid went to?
Do the vendors see who the bid went to? Well, let's look and see what we can see. So if you're out here, and I'm out here from the home page, I can see all the general information. So I don't really see that list of vendors here. If a vendor logs into the system, I also believe that the full list of vendors that received it is not included. That's my basic understanding. I could potentially be incorrect on that, but I don't think they see who it went to.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So you've looked at it. You know it posted. You just click exit. I'm going to click exit again. And, just for reminder purposes, open bid, 3577. Let's see if did we say commodities? This was, no. So, but you should be able to come out here in the list of open bids, and you should be able to find it. And that's why I think I told you, though, that this is not the best search option within the system. Is just using the advanced search is so much better. So your contract and bid search, I'm looking for a bid. If I don't remember the number, I should be able to go ahead and enter in some basic information about it and still find it. So there it is again. It's my 3577. I remembered it was for dogs. I could go in and find it in a variety of different ways. So that is off of the home screen. So let me exit out of all of that. Let me log, that doesn't look like, log back in the system. Okay, and now I'm back out, and the same thing here. So if I wanted to go out and just look at this, I could use my magnifying glass. I can tell I wanted a bid, and it's going to go out, and it's going to find my bid for me. And then I can go in and I can work on this. The other way to find it, and remember, we always say, when in doubt, go home. If you're lost, you can't figure out where it is, I can also go out here to my bids, and it should be ready to open. And so why is it not in my ready to open? Let's see if I can find it. Gosh, I have a lot of bids. There it is, right here and ready to open. So that's another way of accessing it. If you don't remember the number, can't remember the word, can't find it using the magnifying glass, you can go out to your bids ready to open, and it should be right there. So I'm going to go down there on bids ready to open. Now, if you permitted electronic response, well, I'm jumping ahead. So I've got my bid. It's in sent status. And if I scroll down here to the bottom, once that bid opening date and time has passed, you're going to get that open bid option. Up until your bid opening time, you will not be able to open that bid and take a look. It's a formal bid, it's a sealed bid, it's to remain closed until your opening date and time has passed. But in my case, my opening date and time has passed, and I can go out and open the bid. So I click on Open Bid. And I'm down here on my summary tab, and I've got the bid open now. You'll see that my status up here in the corner changed to opened. Once you open it, you can't close it again. Opened means opened. And so you've got your bid open. And the next thing I want to do is I want to begin to do my tabulation or my bid evaluation. And so that's where you come down here to the bottom. You're not going to see bid tab until you open it, but once you open it, you're going to click on your bid tab, and it's going to show me I have no quotes submitted for this bid. Now, in the real world, if you had allowed and permitted an electronic response, ideally you're going to see 6 vendors have submitted quotes on this particular bid. For our training purposes, we don't have that. So, but whether we're in the training world or in the real world, when you allow electronic responses, you can accept those electronic responses, but the system will also allow you to create a quote, just like we did yesterday. So let's say you did get, a couple vendors that responded electronically, they went in, but you also had a couple vendors that just submitted via email if that was permitted, or sent you a paper quote and submitted all their bid documents to you on paper. You're going to go through just like you did before, and you're going to create a new quote. Now, on an IFB, creating a quote is a little more complicated than the small purchase that we did yesterday. So when we were doing the small purchase yesterday, we were doing an informal quote. We never even went out to this bid document, and it was really super easy. All you had to do was enter price, the vendor sent it off, and the state received it, and it took about 30 seconds to do that. It's a little more complicated on an IFB, as you would expect, because these are more formal. So whether the state, your office is submitting this, or the vendor is submitting a formal quote, everybody's going to see the same thing. So you've got that paper response in front of you now, and you're going to go out, and I'm going to say I received a paper response from my great vendor. So I got that. It's also going to want to know, when did you receive that? And I'm going to say I received that on the 18th. And I'm going to make it a little earlier. I'm going to make it before my bid opening date, right? You want your quotes before your bid opening date. So I'm going to say I received that on the 18th, and I got it at 9:28 a.m. And I'm going to put that in the system. And I'm going to come down and can ask me about the number of delivery days. Generally speaking, I don't think most people specify their delivery days. If you had a specific number of days, you could enter it, but in most cases, I don't think most are using that. If you had any bid flags, yes or no, you can indicate that. You might be able to specify, yes, I got it late, but they did submit a bid, or yes, there is a flag. Or yes, there was a late, I just got it late, but we're not going to open it, not going to count as a bid. So you can add in here any specific flags that you might want to. In this case, I'm going to say, no, we don't have any bid flags. Shipping terms, if I have any specific shipping terms, I can specify that there. Freight terms, I can specify that there. Ship via. Do we want to, have the vendor, is the vendor choosing? Do we want something specific that we're going to specify? That's your ship via terms. And any payment terms that you have, the promise date. If the vendor said, I'm going to provide this to you, I can absolutely have it to you in 2 days. You can get it by the 20th of December because we're Amazon and we're awesome. Now, if they say anything specific, you can go ahead and specify that there in terms of the promise date. And then you're going to want to put in your vendor info contacts. So this is going to be my great vendor, and I'm going to put in my info, my contact info there, any comments that I might want to add here. And there's a question that's going to come in and say, are you registered on the Illinois Procurement Gateway? They are required to answer that, yes or no. And then if it's yes, it'll give you additional questions. So did you attach Form C? I'm going to say, yes, I got that in my paper response, or the vendor's going to say, yes, I've attached that. And if there's a BEP goal and you are fulfilling that, but there's no response required here, but you'd read that question and put in whatever the appropriate response would be for that. So I saved that, and you can see now it's time and date stamped it, because when I save that general tab for creating a quote, that's really sort of telling the system this is the first time we've started that quote. So it's date and time stamped, and you've got all that information here. So now I come out to the items tab, and why is this coming up as no bid? Why would it do that? Why on earth would it be showing me that? That makes absolutely no sense to me. There we go. Oh, maybe it had something to do with that bid flag I just changed. But what you should see here on your items tab is all the items that we put out on that bid. And so if you're looking at paper documents, you're going to turn to the page that has the pricing on the paper submittal, and you're going to come along here and you're going to enter the unit cost. So this vendor submitted unit cost of $100 for a dog vest and an extended amount. Now, although we don't encourage it, sometimes vendors will give us alternate details, right? And we have to make a determination whether or not that's responsive or not. But in this particular case, on my dog vests, I had said we wanted blue ones with a custom State of Illinois logo. We wanted them available in 3 sizes. In the alternate description, if the vendor had submitted this on their paper submittal, they may have said something like only available in medium and large. So whether or not that's responsive is another question altogether, but if the vendor has provided any qualifying details with regards to a line item, that's where you'd put it. You know, they might have said something like, you know, we only have them in red. And then you'd have to make that determination, is that responsive or not. But any specific qualifying details about a line item would go down there in the alternate description. So my next item, my German Shepherd, I'm going to say yes. This vendor submitted me a price of $300 for my German Shepherd. And then for my dog training, my vendor said they were going to charge me $80 an hour. So I want 1,000 hours of that. It does all the extensions for me. If I did receive a no bid on one of these line items, sometimes we have vendors that can provide, let's say, the dog vests and the dogs, but they don't do training. So if that was the circumstance, if they only submitted a price on 2 of their line items and they didn't on that 3rd one, I would indicate that that was a no bid. They did not give me a bid on that. Whether or not that's acceptable, we decide later. I'm just submitting it right now. So I put no bid if I didn't get a price, but I did get a price. So let's go back in. Let's forget about that no bid. I also have an option down here, no charge. So let's say this particular vendor says, yes, we sell the vests, yes, we sell the dogs. And actually, if you buy our vests and you buy our dogs, we'll give you 1,000 hours of training for free. We don't charge for that. So that's a free item. So I'm going to come down here, and they said that's free. That's included with the vests and the dogs, and there's no charge. So that's the difference between these 2 boxes. The no bid means we're not giving that to you, and we're not bidding on it. No charge means we're going to give it to you, and we're giving it to you for free. Any questions about that? All makes sense, hopefully. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead. It's still giving me, notice up here, and I know I'm pretty early on, so I would expect to be seeing red warnings before I get to the end. I come out, and if I included this question, if I include it in the system, I'm going to have to include it on paper. If I make it required, I'm going to have to make sure I provide an answer. But I didn't make this one required, so I don't even have to provide an answer for the vendor. But if I wanted to, are you a certified dog trainer? I can provide whatever the answer is and click Save and Continue. If I don't want to provide an answer, or if I didn't, include it in my paper documents, I don't have an answer, I don't have to answer this. It was not required. It says no. Subcontractors, at this particular point, there's nothing to do. We didn't establish the whole subcontractor setup on this bid, so we don't have to do anything. Now we come down here to terms and conditions. Terms and conditions are very important within the BidBuy system, and until you put some sort of response in here, you're going to have a hard red error. And so you have to put something in. So you have your terms and conditions that were included in your IFB solicitation template, and you're going to look down at that, and let's say your vendor has signed and agreed to your terms and conditions, and you can say, the vendor, do you accept the terms and conditions? Why, yes, they did. They signed it. There was no problem. However, if you look down and you do say, they added another term. Everybody's favorite thing, right, is extra terms on the terms and conditions. So, but if that happened, you can go ahead and you can say yes with exceptions, and you can include that here. And again, right now we're not making any judgments about this. We're just recording the information that we have. So the exception is, whatever their exception might be, you put the exception in, you go ahead, and you click Save and Continue. If they outright rejected the terms and conditions, you also have this option here to say, no, they said no terms and conditions. Again, we're just recording what's in front of us. So we save that, and we've got that, yes, with some exceptions. Now I'm going to come down to attachments. If my vendor submitted electronically, I'm going to expect that my vendor put all their attachments in here, and I'm going to see all those attachments. If I received a submittal via paper, I'm going to have to attach it. So I'm going to go out, I'm going to scan it in, I'm going to attach it. Here's where I would do that so that all the appropriate information that your office decides needs to be included will be added in on the attachments. That's for your office to determine how you want to use these attachments and what you're going to require. So that's where you do that. Evaluations is functionality within the system that we don't use, so we're going to skip over that. We also don't use this preference tab, so there's nothing to do there. Come over here to reminders. I may want to set a reminder to myself. That's standard, standard practice. Just set a reminder as you might wish to do it. And now I'm going to come down to my summary tab, and I'm going to look at this and make sure I put all the information in the way I wanted it. I've got the pricing correct, the way that the vendor submitted it, and I'm going to go ahead and submit a quote. Submitting a quote is a big deal in the system. It's going to ask me a second time if I'm sure that I want to do that, and I'm going to say yes, I am sure. So that is the process from front to back on how to enter a quote within the system. Are there any questions on any of the steps that we took to do that? Okay. In 10 minutes, we are going to have Randy Garst, who is our BidBuy manager, come down and go through the registration process to get your staff registered in the system. She's scheduled at 10 o'clock, based on her schedule availability. So I'm going to go ahead and take a pause here. Before we do that, I don't know, I'm going to let you know, Joe Kim has joined us in the room. I don't know if Joe wanted to say hi to everyone before we took a little break.
Sure. Thanks, Laura. I appreciate it. So good morning, everyone, and thanks for attending. Let me just kind of tell you why we're doing this. So the IPB is going to be decommissioned, and so at the end of the year, it's going away. It's going away primarily from the public side, and the point of that is that we have not been managing the security updates to the system because it's legacy software. And we know that we were eventually going to walk away from it. We've just simply not put in the time and effort to maintain all of the security checks on it. So, and I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's actually some concerted effort to do that. So at the end of the year, it's going to go away from the public's point of view. So we're already in the process of removing a lot of the options for the public, so that there will be no more registration. They can't. It's the same for you. If you've gone in and used the registration function, you can't update it any longer. So there is no forgot password, that type of function. Similarly, on any of the notices or solicitations that you've created, the create and edit functions will go away. So from the public's point of view, they'll be able to go into the bid side and see those legacy documents on the same schedule that we've always maintained it. Eventually those go away too. They go to an archive file server. So after, I don't know, it's like 270 days or something, those things begin to drop off. From the state's point of view, you'll still be able to go into source. You won't be able to edit any of your documents, but you'll be able to see the ones that you've worked on. Again, there is a schedule so that those things fall off as well, and they go to the archive server. So at least temporarily, beginning in January, you'll be able to go in, log into Illinois Source, and see your old documents. And so if you need those for any particular reason, and I'll keep you informed as to when those will be unavailable, but those will always be available to you on that schedule. At some point down the road, and I don't know, I don't have a time frame on this, maybe spring, early summer, we're working to move all of that data into a new server. And so eventually Illinois Source will go away. And again, I'll keep you informed, but we will have a new portal, probably using the state's transparency portal, and you'll be able to log in and then be able to pull up all those archived records. So I don't know exactly how far back you'll be able to go into that system. Again, it's based on rights. So I'll know more about that as we progress. But anyway, so BidBuy is, I realize this is causing you probably some consternation. Lori and Randy are expert trainers. They know the system really, really well. Hopefully you're learning the system over the next couple of days and then the next couple of weeks so that you'll be able to use it to post just like you were in the IPB. But again, we're available, you know, and again, I know it's going to take some effort on your side. So thanks for joining us. And if you have any questions, Lori and Randy and myself and our BidBuy help desk are available. So, okay, thanks. I know we're going to take a break now, Lori, so I'll pass you over to Lori again.
Yeah, right before we go on break, does anyone have any questions about anything that Joe said?
Nope, I'm here.
Okay, good. So the good news is it's not the first time probably that you heard that information from Joe, but it's always good to make sure we understand where we're headed with all of this. So let's go ahead and take a break, come back at 10 o'clock, and then we're going to dive into the registration system, and then we'll finish up with IFB today and then go into RFP. Okay, we are back, and Randy Garth is with us, and she's going to talk to you about what you will need to do to get your staff registered in the future, and for yourselves to go through and get an official registration. You can go ahead and close that out if you...
It's all right. I was just opening up. Chrome is what I thought, but it's kind of a little delayed here.
Yeah. If you want to move the recorder slide down, you can just open a tab in IE like that.
Okay, so I know that you guys have all been in communication with Lori and Diane to schedule this training, and once this training is complete, we will email out the registration form to all users that have participated in this week's session. That form that will get sent out will be the one for you to complete and return back to us to get your credentials for our production environment. So this is just a roundabout way to get to that form, but the one that we email you will be the one that you will be able to complete and send back. I didn't know if you would have email pulled up or not, so I was like, I don't want to email anything.
This will work much faster, I'm guessing, in your offices. Our computers in our room that we do training in are sort of slow, so forgive us for having very slow computers in here. It'll be much faster when you receive it or have to access anything. There we go.
All right, so here we have a registration form. It's very basic on the front. We need your name, your address. That is not your home address, that is your work address. That will be the address that will be your default address in BidBuy. So if you're in Chicago, we want your Chicago address. If you're in Springfield, we want the Springfield address, okay? So city, zip, phone, email address. We need your full email address. That email address will be the credentials in which you were built in BidBuy. So you won't have a user 01 login. It will be your actual email address. Makes it a little easier to remember later on. We need an employee signature. If this is not signed, then we won't be able to complete your registration in BidBuy. Down here, we will need your entity. So if you're at the AG's office, if you're at the treasurer's office, we will need your entity listed here. And then we have department and location. And for right now, you can leave those as like the AG's office if you're in Chicago, AG's office, Springfield, and kind of just have that hyphenated there. Those can be at a further date and time if those are expanded on with working with somebody at your agency. That's where that may differ, but as of right now, we'll just keep it, whether you're in Springfield or Chicago. I know there's some Carbondale locations for some of those individuals on the phone. That's where you'll go ahead and specify that information. And then on the back of the registration form, it looks like it's a little confusing, but it's actually not. So this will be the training that you completed. The training that Lori has done these past 2 days, possibly into tomorrow.
Maybe not. I don't think so.
Maybe not, but possibly. So 3 days. This will be to check this of what you attended. And when we send these to you, we'll actually have this defaulted for you so that you don't have to figure out what training you attended. We can check these boxes for you. Where it comes into play is these production rights. So what will you as the user be doing in the production environment? Will you be a department user that's creating bids and creating these formal bids? Are you a buyer? Or will you be needing more rights to add demand requisitions, import some items, upload into a purchase order? So what we need is every single box checked for the access that you want. So if you want DA access, don't just select DA access and expect to get everything else, because we have to go off of what the form says. So if you're going to be creating bids, creating formal bids, we'll need each and every one of those boxes checked for the rights that you, with your role at your agency, will be using within BidBuy.
Right, and so everyone who's attended this week will be considered a trainer within the BidBuy system. So you'll have full training, and you will be considered eligible as a result to have any of these. So we've talked about department access and basic purchasing. So for yourselves, you may select among any of those items. When we get to the part where you're registering your staff, and let's say you do some very basic training with them, and you only want them to have department access, and you only want them to be able to be a department buyer, which is to do releases of masters and some basic things, then you would just select a couple of items for them. But you are entitled to have everything.
Then here will be the trainer signature. So this will come from the trainer. So Lori will be able to sign these. Registering your other staff members, you will be able to sign these forms on behalf of the trainer, as well as the date. And then we have an authorized approver.
Right, so we have traditionally included an agency head or designee. So you should have someone within your agency that functions in that role, not your agency, but in your office that functions in that role, or their designee. This is the state's e-procurement system, and so we do require the reason is we do require a high level of authorization to access this procurement system, so that we don't just have, registrations coming in and we're putting in all kinds of people who really shouldn't be authorized. So that is the reason why we have such a high level of authorization, is there's a lot of power within access to BidBuy.
Yep. And then the bottom section is for our office to be able to know when we've registered you. So the form is very user-friendly. However, we do require wet signatures. So they will need to be a wet signature for the agency head, for the trainer, as well as the employee themselves. Okay? So if we don't have those three fields with signatures in them, you will get the form back for completion. Okay.
Any questions about that? Sounds like we're all good.
Okay. Let me know if anything comes up.
Okey-doke. So you should get those by the end of this week, as soon as the training is completed. Randy or someone will be sending them out to you, and then we'll send them back. I'll sign off on them, and then you will get full credentials. And Randy, just a quick question for myself. The train credentials that they have right now, will they just keep those, or will they get different? Yeah, so you can just continue to use the train credentials that you've been using so far in your training environment. That will stay your train credentials, but you'll get new real credentials within BidBuy itself, and you'll be able to start doing procurements in BidBuy. Okey-doke.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, so with that, I just want to make sure. Okay, good. So everyone's still here. Okay, so we're going to go back to what we were working on. let's see if I got kicked out. Nope, that's good. There is a timeout on here so that if you walk away for an extended period, it will time out on you, but we didn't time out, so we're good. So right now we should have completed adding one quote into this IFB, and I can go down, I can do this over an extended period of time, I can do it all at one sitting, but if I wanted to add additional quotes, so I've got this one right in there, and I've got my quote, and for our purposes today, I'm going to go ahead and create one more quote, so we have at least two to work with, and I'm going to go a little quicker through this one than I did the last time. So I select the vendor for which I'm submitting the quote. I indicate the date that I received and the time that I received it based off my date and time stamp. I'm not going to do anything on delivery days and no bid flag. No, that should be a no. Nothing on promise date. I'd probably put in my info contact at the vendor and any comments. You know, if I had additional information related to the vendor that I wanted to add, I can go ahead and add that right there. I have to answer the question for this vendor as to whether or not they're registered. If I say no, that this was a vendor who wasn't registered in the IPB, then it's going to ask me, did I attach Forms A? I can say yes to that. And I have nothing that I need to do with BEP, so I'm going to go ahead, save and continue, and I'm all good there. I'm going to come out to my items, and I think I found it. That's what I wanted to see. I don't know. I got to make a note of that. I'm going to go ahead and save and continue. That bid flag, for whatever reason, when I change it to no, I think it's what's causing problems out here with my items. Okay, so as of right now, because I haven't put any prices in, that no bid box is automatically checked. You'll see as soon as I start entering that vendor's pricing, that should go away. So for this vendor, I'm going to say that our dog vests are $50, and you see the no bid check goes away. It extends the price for you. They didn't give me any alternate description, so I'm good there. My German Shepherds are going to be $275 here, so I'm going to go ahead and put that in. And then, actually, let me do it this way. I'm going to make these German Shepherds $350. So it goes in, it does my extension, and as you can see, I can make changes to it, you know, go back and forth. And then the consulting services, the last time we did it, they were going to offer it at no charge. In this particular case, this vendor is going to charge $30 an hour for their consulting services. And so if I had any alternate descriptions, I can go ahead and add that. But nope, this is exactly what the vendor sent to me. If, in fact, let's say this first vendor had said, actually, my dog vests are $50, but when you order more than 500, you get a 10% discount. So if I put a discount amount in there, and I can say that this is for an order over 500 units, I would explain what that meant. You know, and put in as much detail as you need. So for an order over 500 units, it's a 10% discount applied. I could put that in there, and then that will give me my discount and extend it out. So I'm going to look at this, make sure that this is, in fact, everything that this vendor submitted. Go ahead and click Save and Continue. And now that's sealed down. Look out on the questions. I can answer this question if needed. It's not required, so I'm not going to provide any response. This vendor didn't provide any response. There's nothing for me to do on subcontractors because we didn't include that on this solicitation. And then it's going to ask, did the vendor accept the terms and conditions? And this vendor was great. They accepted everything, so I'm just going to go ahead and say yes. I'm going to come out here because it was submitted on paper. I'm going to have a lot of attachments, so I'm going to copy all the documents and I'm going to attach those. That's what I want to do. So I'm going to go out and I'm going to find that file. I'm going to browse for it. It's going to take me onto my computer. It's going to let me look for something to attach. And I'm just going to attach an AAA agency contact list. That's probably, I'll just go ahead and attach it. Okay. And so I am going to click Save and Exit. I could put an additional description, which could be, vendor response document. If I wanted to further explain this attachment. And then I'm going to click Save and Exit. And you'll see here, this looks a little bit different. When we did this the last time, and we did a document that we were attaching, it said, did we want to show it to the vendor? And so we had the option there to choose that. In this particular case, the question is different. When you add an attachment, it's going to ask, do you want to make this confidential? And in this particular case, I'm going to say yes. I want this to be a confidential document. I don't want to post it out publicly, so this is a confidential document. This is one of those critical decision points that you make when you're working within BidBuy, is the confidentiality of your documents. So I'm going to attach it, but I'm keeping that confidential. So I'm going to save and continue. Okay, so I've got my attachment. You see dates, the date that we've attached it, so we know when we got those documents. And that's really helpful, especially if you, along the way, are to get additional documents or corrected documents. When you go back, and let's say you have two versions of something, you can always look at that attached date, and that'll give you a clue as to whether it's the most recent one. So that's very helpful. And then let's say I attached something incorrectly, so I can go out and I can delete that. So we don't use evaluations, we don't use preference. You can set yourself a reminder if you want. But other than that, and do I save and continue? Save often, save many times. Always just good to do it in case you don't remember if you did it, if you didn't do it. Come out to the Summary tab, and I'm going to look at all of my quote information. I'm going to look at my attachments. I'm going to look at, my pricing that I submitted, and I got that one with the discount. And then I have that option to go ahead and submit this quote. And I'm going to say, yes, go ahead, let's submit the quote. Okay, so I've submitted 2 quotes. I can now go back to the bid, and that's it. That's what I received. I received those 2 paper quotes. They've been put into the system, and my next step is going to be to go out to tabulate the bid and start the bid response. So what do we do before we actually go out and tabulate the bids? We're going to have done a full responsiveness review, right? Responsibility review and responsiveness review. So just like you did in the past, where you've gone through all their documents, you've looked for all their signatures, all of that information should be completed before you actually start your bid tabulation. One of the questions that we get often is, well, what if we looked at it and, we don't think it's going to be responsive or responsible? Should we include it here? And the general answer to that is yes. What you want really for the BidBuy system to have is that full record of everything that's occurred. Now you can look in one place, you can see everything. So you would go ahead and you would enter, and if they were all no bids, they forgot their pricing, or, you can enter a note to yourself that says, this bid was submitted and we opened it, but we found, made a determination that this was not a responsive or responsible bidder. You would enter that quote, record that information. Now it's part of your record. So do enter those. That's our general guidance there. A couple of things before we go off to the bid tabulation. You'll see here, it's nice and handy. You are ready to do it and you want to do your review, you can download those documents right from the screen. So you're out in the bid tab, and you can download any attachments and look at it from here without having to click through, go all the way out into the quote, find the attachments, all that. You can just download them from here. That makes it really nice. The other thing is, if you did have one of those bids submitted that you're not going to consider, you can uncheck. And now when you go out to do your bid tabulation, you would be able to take some of them off the table. Those that you're not going to consider, just uncheck them and say, nope, I'm not going to consider this bid. They were not responsive. But in our case, we could just say consider all of them. And in order to conduct the bid tabulation, just like we did before, the place that you do that is on the Items tab. So you come out to the Items tab, and I see my two vendors here, Great Vendor and the Pet Supply Vendor. So I've got the two quotes that I wanted to consider, the two that I received. And if something has happened along the way and I decided that I wanted to cancel one of these items within the system, I have the ability to cancel one of these items. I don't think this is functionality that we're going to use on any kind of an ongoing or regular basis, but the functionality is there. But now basically I have to decide who to award this to. If my solicitation will permit me to award to more than one vendor, I can look here and I see my double asterisk. So the system's telling me, here's my low. My low is there, then I've got a low here, and I've got my low over here. So my guess is, as I'm looking at this vendor that is providing the consulting services at no charge, that would be based on the fact that you've ordered these other two things. If you order the other two things, you get this at no charge. So I'm going to have to sit here and think about this for a while. Do I want to go out and order the low-price vests, the low-price German Shepherds, but I really don't think I'm going to be eligible for this vendor with just the dogs to give me the training at no charge. Or maybe it would be included. It might be a clarification that I need to make. And let's say they did. I went back out and the vendor said, absolutely, if you order the dogs, you get the training for free. And so I may make that evaluation and say, I think I want to get the vests from Adriana, and I want to get the dogs and the training from Great Vendor. So I can make that award. I can award to different vendors if my solicitation would permit that. So the other thing is, you can see here as I'm getting ready, it shows me my alternate description. So that reminds me, if there's any details, let's say I'm doing this a week later, I come back to it. So I've got that reminder there. I can also add additional information to the original description if I wanted to do that. Not highly recommended, probably not really well or frequently used. And there's also an option to replace the original description. So, for the one that said it was going to be red vests, I could come back in, if this was the one that said, we've got them for $50, but they're only red, I could come back in and add that to my original description and say, these are going to be red vests. So those are just options within the system. And so I can go through here and I can click award. Actually, I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to click the award all because I do believe actually that will award all three of those. I'm going to go ahead and keep the checks that I've made, and I'm going to click Save and Continue. And so that saved out my $50 on my dog vests and my other pricing on my dogs and consulting. So I went ahead, I clicked Save and Continue. I didn't pick Award All because I do believe that it will award all of them to that single vendor. So I went and clicked Save and Continue. So that's that. I come back out to my header questions. We don't have anything that we need to do here in terms of the bid tabulation, nothing on subcontractors, nothing with routing. Any attachments that I want to attach here, I can attach to my bid tabulation. Some offices will go ahead and post their notice of award at this particular point as an attachment on the bid tabulation. Others will go ahead and do that differently. My guess is, because of the streamlined nature of what you're going to be doing, you may very well want to attach your notice of award document here. So if you do want to attach your notice of award document here, you're going to go out here to add a form. If you're using this notice of award form that we have, we're going to pick the form. We're going to say edit and attach that form. So my form is going to pop up. And it's going to give me that little error again. And then go back out, say edit and attach again if you get that. Okay, so there's my form. So it's my notice of award. It's going to be dogs, dog vest and dog training. I'm going to put in my number from my bid, and I will have wanted to have gotten that. I will put in the name of my agency. So let's say it's the AG's office, and the vendors selected for the award will be Adriana Pet Supplies. The line item description that they received was dog vest. I will add their award amount. I think it was $1,000, so at $50, so $50,000, if I remember correctly. This is going to be a 2-year contract and with no renewals. I didn't include any renewals. If you get down to the point where you're going to be doing a procurement that will have renewals on it, that's an advanced level training. We can come back and do additional training. We also have training resources available for you on that. But in this particular case, this example, it's a 2-year term. Let me just make sure I can put years in here. Yeah, so 2-year term with no renewals. So that was my one vendor, but I have 2. So I can come down here, I just click the plus sign, it opens up another box. My other vendor was the Great vendor. They are getting the award for German Shepherds and dog training. And, so my award amount doesn't stay unique to the particular vendor. So I think our whole award amount was going to be, what was it? Let's say it was $150,000. 2-year term, no renewal. So it's $150,000. If you wanted to spell out here, which may not be a bad idea, this vendor is getting $50,000. This vendor is getting $100,000. You could do it that way.
Is this the form we would use if it was a sole source?
Sole source form is very different.
Okay.
So we have the sole source form, and it's actually a document. I don't believe we have that form in the system, and it's very different with hearing notices and hearing results and all of that on the sole source.
Okay.
Okay. So farm leases and concessions, this is not BEP. We don't have anything in here. You can leave it blank, or always better if you're going to leave something blank is probably put in zeros. Unsuccessful bidders, in this case there were actually none. They both got an award, so the number that responded were 2. The number that were unsuccessful that were 0. The number awarded was 2. And if we had any that were not selected, we would include that there. The agency contact yourself doing the procurement, you'd fill that out. And we'll see if any of those were required. We do have an SPO written determination for contract award decision on here. If you're using this form and you don't have anyone that's officially considered an SPO at your entity, you could say NA, or if you do have someone that functions in that role, you could have them complete that. And then down here, if there were any unique circumstances, Was there brand name? Was there non-responsibility? Passenger cars that do not meet gas mileage requirements, correction or withdrawal of bids based on mistakes, anything unique that happened in this circumstance, you can explain that. So you have that for future reference. And then the SPO name and date, and click Save. Okay, so that is the Notice of Award form. We're attaching it here on the bid tabulation. That first one, I'm going to delete it because it had an error. If you ever get something that attaches, you just want to make sure that the only one there is the one that you completed, the one that you want to be there. We don't use scoring, so nothing to do there. Come out to the summary, double check everything, make sure that you have it. The very last step is to submit for approval. And okay, so I'm going to go ahead and submit for approval. Your office is doing automatic approval. We're going to go ahead and save and continue. And the last thing that we want to do, which may be a little confusing in the way that I explained it, but so we attached, you have that attachment, you have that Notice of Award form. You can go out here, you can do an amendment, and this is how you will actually do additional publishing. So we did our original IFB, and we sent out the bid, and that published that bid. We went out to the main page, and we looked, and we saw that it was there. The other way to publish in BidBuy is via an amendment. So we can go out, we can create a bid amendment, and we're going to go out and go through. The amendment is sort of an abbreviated version of that original document, and our goal here is going to be to post out that Notice of Award information. So we're going to come through. On the General tab, we really don't have anything that we want to change. We're going to come out here to our attachments, so, our items tab, we don't have anything that we want to change here. But on our attachments tab, and actually, now that I've done this, I'm actually questioning myself. I do think, let's try it, let's see. So I'm not going to actually do anything to change anything on attachments. Let's just verify that that Notice of Award that I attached in the bid tabulation, that's going to display. So I'm going to come out here, and I'm going to add a comment for the whole bid amendment. So I'm going to say Notice of Award, vendors selected, or whatever details that you typically publish with your Notice of Award. You may want to spell it out as Notice of Award, and go ahead and click Save and Continue. So that's the entirety of our bid amendment, is to say Notice of Award. If you had approvers, it would have routed through approval paths. You aren't going to have those. So you can see that it comes up and it shows that this is approved. And then we're going to go ahead and apply that bid amendment. It's that two-step, making sure that you get everything into the sent process. So in addition to posting out publicly, that Notice of Award bid amendment is also going to email to this list of vendors. So this is all the vendors that you originally solicited. Now they're all going to get an email notifying them that the bid amendment was created and it was the Notice of Award. So you go ahead and say OK. And so now that the bid is in the approved status, and what I want to check here, it didn't. What I was hoping to see here is that that attachment appeared here. So based on the instructions I just gave you, instead of attaching your Notice of Award form at the tabulation, come out here and attach that Notice of Award form as an amendment. So it works exactly the same way. You go out to attachments while you're making an amendment. You go out and you find your Notice of Award form. You get your Notice of Award form. You're going to edit and attach the form. And you're going to fill it out. You're going to put in the bid number, your agency name, the vendor selected, the description, your award amount, the length of your initial term, number of renewals, no farm concessions. We had 2 that responded, no unsuccessful, 2 that were awarded, no information on who wasn't selected, your contact information, your SPL information, if applicable, date and time, go ahead and save that. My save is complete. I'm going to go down to my summary tab. Before I leave this, I'm going to just save and continue one extra time. We're not going to pick any of these options. We don't want to auto-attach it to a quote. We don't want to make it editable to the vendor. But we're going to come down here. I'm going to save and continue before we move on. Come to our summary. Save and continue. Oh, we're going to put notice. And you'll see here attachment form changes. It's going to show any changes that we make to any forms down here or anything that we do in this amendment. It's going to track down here. And then you add your comment up here on the top. So you'll save and continue. You'll apply this amendment. You'll see the vendors who are going to receive it. And you'll click OK. So now, when you come back to your bid, you're going to look and see that you have 2 amendments, when those amendments were created, and you can create additional amendments. This create amendment functionality can be used now at the time when you're going ahead and awarding a bid. It can also be done at the time when your bid has been posted up until when you open it. So let's say you post your bid out, as is the case, something needs to be changed on that bid, additional information needs to be updated. You can create an amendment at that point to update your posted bid, as well as creating an amendment now, posting your notice of award. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yep, good to hear.
Okay, good. So that's really everything that we needed to do here. We're going to come out now on our summary tab. We've posted out our notice of award. We've posted it for the requisite number of days. We've done everything that we needed to do. And now we are ready to finally go through. Oops. Let's see if we're in the right place. And it's, okay, so the open market bids approved. Oh, we need to go back to our bid tab. And we need to go out to our items tab. Maybe out to our summary tab, hold on. Out to our summary tab. So we've gone through, we posted a notice of award, we have the correct number of days that it's been posted out. The last step that you can do is move this out to a purchase order. So you come back out to your bid tabulation on the summary tab, and it's from here that you create your purchase order. So the last step in the process, again, it's going to give you options. All those narrative items, do we want to include that? Yes, let's go ahead and keep everything. My general guidance, again, is when in doubt, include everything. Do we want all the bid attachments? Sure, go ahead and include it. Do we want bid notes? Yeah. Do we want bid tab attachments? Yeah. Do we want any quotes from the subcontractors, vendor quote attachments, forms? What I would do, what I typically do, is I'm going to include everything when I move over to the purchase order. That way I have easier access to them. So I'm going to go ahead and continue, and it's telling me that it's processing. And now that process has been completed. My status changed up here, showing that my bid went to a purchase order. And now, instead of one purchase order, I have 2. I have 2 purchase orders because I have 2 vendors. So I have 2 new purchase orders with 2 new purchase order numbers, and I'm going to need to go through each of these purchase orders and send them off to the vendors. So they're separate and unique. I would go ahead and click through on the first purchase order. It's right away going to tell me you've got things you need to do. I'm going to go out to my general tab on my purchase order. I'm going to look and fill in anything. I'm going to say this is a competitive sealed bid. I'm going to come down. It's going to, if I want to add the bulletin reference number, I can. It's going to require that I include when was this bid originally published, any special procurement type information, small business set aside. It's going to ask me for my actual contract begin date. And this is very similar to everything that we did back when we did a small purchase. My end date is 2 years from now, so I'm just going to click it out to 2020, put my end date. If I have a date contract executed, I would include that. My renewal terms are going to be 0. If I have any other, it's going to want to know, it's going to want me to tell it for sure what fiscal year I want it obligated in, so I'm going to do that. It's not a release, so I can skip all of that. There's nothing over here, and I'm going to save and continue. It gives me yellow, tells me that I don't have any problems. I go out to my items tab. If I need to change something, I could still at this point. I go out and I'm going to look at my vendor. This is the one I'm awarding to Great Vendor. Go ahead and look at that, see if their address has changed, something has changed. Don't have anything I need to do there. Come out, add my accounting one more time. Select that accounting. Save based on percentages, rebuild for all items, and it's going to tell me everything's okay. If I had any additional attachments that I wanted to add at this particular point, I can add attachments. Here on the purchase order, if I'm adding more attachments, I have the options of whether or not to show it to vendor, whether or not something will be confidential, and I can actually make changes. So let's say I've decided I want to make that confidential. I can do that at this point on this purchase order. I can make changes to that. But if I made changes, I would save it and continue. Same thing with notes. We're not doing a change order yet. Same thing with reminders. I'm going to come out to my summary tab, look at everything that I have on this particular purchase order, come down to the bottom, submit it for approval. It's going to be automatic. Click Save and Continue. And now it's in Ready to Send status. You know, it's easy to think once you did all of that it's sent, but it didn't. It's only in Ready to Send, so you always check your corner, see what status you're in, and know you have to come down here and do I want to email out of the system to this vendor and send them this information, or do I just want to set this to sent and move forward and not actually have the system communicate? So you make that decision, send an email and notify the vendor, whichever you prefer, save and continue. It's all, it all functions very much the same. And so you're done with your first purchase order. If you wanted to go back, and we're not going to go through all these steps, but if I wanted to go back and find that bid that has the second purchase, I'd use my magnifying glass to search, put the number in, click Find It. There it is. I go out to that bid, and you'll see my second purchase order is sitting there ready for me to process that out and process it through. And that is the process of the IFB. The most important thing always to remember is, do you want to allow electronic responses? And then always remember when you're attaching, do you want things confidential or shown? Any questions about that? Okay, so let me show you something and check the time, 10:46. Let me show you something really quick, and we'll take one more break, and then we'll come back and we will finish up. So I am going to go back out. I can find it now. Oh, yeah, I can. Let me do this. I'm going to go to that PO that we just completed, and we've sent it. It's in sent status, and oops, we decided we need a change order on that. So depending on the kind of change order, there's two ways to do change orders. One is to do a change order that requires a public posting. The other, and those are material change orders, right? So you may have various thresholds, and you may or may not have requirements for posting related to change orders. But what I wanted to show you really quick is how to do a change order within BidBuy. So I'm going to come out. This is going to look a lot like that creating an amendment that we did on the bid when we wanted to post out the notice of award. But on a PO, when I do a change order, POs don't post publicly. So when I create this change order, I'm doing it solely for the purposes of updating and keeping this procurement up to date. So I go out to my sent PO, I click on the change order, and I have kind of the same abbreviated options. You can't change everything on a purchase order. So anything that you can change will be located within a box. So you can say, like, I can't change the purchase order type. There's no box around it. But all these other things I can change. In this particular case, I have retired, and the only thing I really wanted to change on this is the contact. So I'm going to change the contact to anyone but Lori Lawton, because I am retired. So that's all I want to do is I wanted to change that before I left, and so I can change that. It's within a box. I go in, I make the change, I click Save and Continue. But let's say I really wanted to make a real change. I can come out here. I can change a print sequence if I want. It's showing me right from this screen. I can change my quantities. But let's say that this vendor actually had a price reduction. They notified the state that their German Shepherds, they had so many babies, they're now only $250, right? So $250, they are now going to sell those to the state. They've notified us that we needed to do that change order. So we've had a price reduction here. So the way I did that was I went to my Items tab. I clicked on the little tiny link that takes me out to this detailed screen. I can change my items and click Save and Exit. So now you'll see that I've got my German Shepherds, and now they're only $250. So I'm going to save this screen and continue. And so I've changed the contact, and I've actually changed the price of one of the items. I can come out here. There's nothing else I want to change. I don't have any additional attachments. You know, I might have wanted to attach the notice from the vendor saying that the price was reduced, but for our purposes, I'm not going to do that. This is just a demonstration of doing a change order. And this is a little, more of what you see, the detail that the system will capture and carry off for you. So up in my comment, I'm going to say, my comment for this change order is that the contact changed and pricing for line item German, I guess it wants me to capitalize the word German, Shepherd, reduced. And you can be as detailed or not detailed as you want here, whatever works for your office. And so it's going to also give me the option here on the change order as to whether or not I want to show this to the vendor. You may go in and make such a minimal change on a purchase order that the vendor, it's not even going to matter to the vendor. Maybe, something very simple. So you don't even need to send it to them. You don't need to bother them with it. And so you can uncheck that. But I want the vendor to see that, the contact is different and the unit cost is different. So I'm going to leave that there. And there's no accounting changes, so I didn't change anything there, although the dollar amount changed. So it is telling me as it relates to this accounting, the dollar amount was changed. And down here, there's a box. I don't know if anyone uses it. It's whether or not this is a bilateral change order. Bilateral means both entities have to sign, both the state and the vendor would have to sign it. So if you wanted to use that functionality, you could. You don't have to. It's optional. So my last step for my change order will be to submit it for approval, automatic approval, save and continue, and it's really strange to me that this change order is showing that as sent, because it shouldn't. My last step should be to come down here and apply the change order. So I'm going to apply it. So now my purchase order that I had sent now has the change order information attached. And if through the magic of training everything works the way it's supposed to, let's go out and see if we can, well, we don't even have to move, I don't think. Let's print a vendor copy of this PO. The vendor copy or the print are the same, I think, so it doesn't really matter. I just go grab this one. Okay, so now I can see my purchase order, my original purchase order, all the original information from my purchase order is on here. And you'll see, and I think I had explained to you, that this purchase order document is a living, real-time document. So when you make a change within the system, that purchase order, the print purchase order, is going to update to reflect any changes. So you see, instead of the $300 we originally had, it's the quantity of 1,000 and the unit price of $250. The second item, which was the $0 training, remains the same. And then the signature lines remain the same. But you see now, added to this print purchase order is the detail of that first change order that we did. So, and you'll see it says it's a vendor change order. If I had done one of those change orders that I didn't show to the vendor, you're not going to see that here on the vendor print. They're only going to see the ones that we've said we want them to see. So they're going to see this vendor change order, and they're going to see the print detail, and it's going to have my unit cost detail explanation changed from $300 to $250. It's going to show that unit price deduction here and the total cost reduction and what the actual current cost is. And so that's how change orders work if you're making a change order only within the system. Okay. So, and that email that just popped up, let me look in here real quick. Okay, so just to show you, right here, this is a bid amendment notification. I have myself set up as a vendor in the system so that I can use it for training purposes. When I do amendments as a vendor, when the state does an amendment, I get a notification. So when a change order happens, if I say show to vendor, they're going to get an email, something that looks something like this, that gives them some basic information. In this case, this was the notice of award email that went out, but I'll also get change order emails, amendment emails, lots of different emails to the vendor. Okay, so anybody have any any questions about IFBs, applying the change order, using that print functionality? Okay, I'm going to show you one more thing related to printing that may be or may not be helpful to you. We have a variety of different documents that print. And generally speaking, by default, on our purchase order, you're going to see a purchase order print. And when you're out here on the summary tab and you say print the vendor copy, you're going to get the purchase order. But there are also other documents that exist on this general tab that you can print about something you've done in BidBuy. So if I want to do, and I've been showing you all the way along, you can come up here and you see that little quick summary of actions related to this purchase order, but it's not extraordinarily detailed, may not have everything you've ever wanted to know about who did what when. If on your general tab, you change your print format to PO approval history, and save that option, and you come out to your summary, and you click print, you're going to get the PO approval history. You are not going to get that purchase order. So, and this is more detailed. So, and what you're going to see here, the way the system had been set up, when you look in the corner and you look at that little PO summary and you see those approvers and approvals, over here, it ties everything together. So it goes all the way back to your requisition, and it's saying, oops, we didn't see any approvals. It goes all the way back to the bid, says, oh, we didn't see any approvals because you guys aren't using approvals. But if there were approvals and you were using them, you would see a detailed history at the rec, at the bid, at the purchase order, who touched it, who approved it, when it was moved from one status to the next, and you would see all of that in your report. So just in case you're ever looking at that piece of the system and wondering what the various reports do, you can also just kind of go in and poke around and look at the various report options that you have, and those will be available to you in production too. So, okay, so we've made lots of progress. We've gotten all the way through the IFB, the change order. Why don't we take another 10-minute break? And then we're going to come back. I'm going to give you some really quick information about RFPs. They're very similar. Then we're going to kind of walk through available resources and processes. And that's it. We're going to be done. You will have a good, solid foundation in the basics. You will also get, well, I'll tell you that when we come back. I'll explain all that to you when I come back. So at this point, my clock shows 10:58. Let's come back at 11:10 and we'll finish up.
Sounds good.
Thanks. Okay. Welcome back. Okay, we just have a little bit left to go through before we finish up. And so I'm going to go ahead and get started with RFP right away. The first, why don't I go home? When in doubt, right? Go home. And for an RFP, again, same kind of thing. The use of a requisition will be optional to you, but if you're going to do a requisition on an RFP, it's going to be exactly the same as doing a requisition on an IFB. So, it's all the same thing. So I'm not going to go through all of those steps again. I'm going to hop right out to the bid. That's the important thing for you, is being able to post out using the bid. So before we do that, the most important thing to know and remember about RFPs is they work slightly differently, right? Because you have different packets of information. You want your approach portion of your proposal to be in one set of documents and your pricing part of your response to be in a different set of documents. The way BidBuy works, we're not able to use the system in that way so that we would only see one part and not see price and not have all of that open at the same time. So the main difference between doing an IFB and doing an RFP is on an RFP, we never allow electronic responses. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go out to something called a bid, just because that's what they call it. I'm going to do a new bid. And here's some functionality that's really interesting about BidBuy. So within BidBuy, I can create a bid document from scratch, or if it's something that I put out for bid every year, every other year, I can go out and find an old one that I did, and I can say, I think I'm going to clone this bid from another document, which is a real time-saving, corner-cutting kind of action. So I'm going to say, you know what? I've done this bid before. I'm going to go out and find the bid or the RFP that I did before, the bid I did, and I'm going to come out here, and hopefully this is a good one. We'll see what I get. It's only going to show me the ones that I've done in my org, so it's not going to show me everything that's in BidBuy, just the ones in my org. But I want to do an RFP for janitorial services. So I'm going to tell the system, clone that and exit. So you'll see now that when it has popped up, it is actually giving me a partially completed bid. So I'm going to save myself some time. So we're going to solicit via email. I'm going to look at all this information. I might change the name of the purchaser to me, since it was a different purchaser last time. So I'm going to say, yeah, that's going to be me. And my type code, I'm going to fill it in as an RFP. But I'm going to start doing all the same things that we always do. I'm going to pick my bid available date. I am going to pick my bid opening date. And let's just say, do that. Select the date on the calendar last so that you don't get confused like I used to. We're not making it informal, so we're not going to check that box. I'm just going to go down through and look at item single award only really isn't functionality that we use. Any pre-bid conference information I have, any additional bulletin information that I might have, the SPO name is going to be required. I would put that in. If I have an agency, my own number that I want in there, no special procurement rationale on this RFP, not subject to the small business set-aside, no BEP is in there, so none of that needs to be added. Come up here, look at anything else that I need to add, and there's really nothing that I need. So I'm going to go ahead and save and close, save and continue with that. And then I'm going to come out to my items and look and see if I need any updating here. And yes, I want 999 hours at $40 an hour is my estimated cost. Actually, this time around, I want to change it. I'm really going to need 1,500 hours of janitorial services on this RFP, so I can make whatever tweaks and changes that I want. I can just change it here, or if there's any detail that I want to provide, I can use that little link and come out and make any of those changes here. I'm going to save and exit from that. This is really what I want my line item to read on my RFP. I'm going to come down and look at my addresses and see that my addresses are correct. That is the correct address for my ship to and my bill to. My accounting, I'm going to see that that was already selected here. And actually, it's changed since last time. And I don't know why it's not letting me change that, but you should be able to, if I can't change it, why don't I go ahead and delete it? And I'm going to say rebuild that for all items. It should go ahead and delete that. It's still there. Let's say delete all. If I do it like that. There we go. It deleted it. And I'm going to go and pick the right accounting, the accounting that I actually want. So I'm going to pick not applicable. So as you can see, if you clone an existing bid that's out there, you can make lots of different changes, but you get at least a head start on it. So I'm going to save based on percentages, rebuild for all items like I have to do for accounting. Routing will have nothing. I have some leftover attachments. I had a procurement justification form. I don't know why it's showing that date, but maybe because it's the current date. I may want to delete any old attachments that were on there, and I am going to add any of my new attachments. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to come down here and add any new notes that I want to add. Oh, let me go back to attachments and talk about that just a little bit more. So with your attachments for your RFP, it's going to be just like the IFB. You're attaching all the documents you want your vendor to see. But in this particular case, because it's an RFP, we do not allow electronic responses. So you'll be providing that specific detail in terms of how you want them to submit, where to send their submittals, all of that, so that they're submitting their 2 separate packets or as many packets as they need. That will all be a part of making sure that you get the right responses to your solicitation. So that's what you'll be doing here in attachments, is attaching those documents. So everything else remains the same. I did skip something here, which is the most important thing with regards to an RFP, which is the allow electronic response. For RFPs, we don't use them. For IFBs, it's optional. You can choose to allow them or not, but we never use them for an RFP. So I'm going to make that change, go ahead, and click Save and Continue. So, the same thing holds true for bidders. I can come out here and I can see that there was a bidder that was left on that previous one. I may choose to just go ahead and delete that one, if I can get them to delete. And I'm going to go ahead and look up and add a whole fresh new set of potential responders to the RFP. So I'm going to choose that option we did before, which is find the vendors for all commodity codes on this bid. And in this case, the number of vendors there's only 2. When you get out into the production side of things, there's going to be lots of vendors, generally speaking, for each commodity code. But for our purposes, we came up with 2. So I'm going to, look. Oh, I got to select them. And then it's going to say they've all been selected. Do you really want to do that? I'm going to say yes. And then I'm going to save and exit. And we'll see that new set of vendors attached. And that's a really good talking point right here in terms of adding vendors. So let's say you started working on this and a month goes by. You really weren't ready to solicit. A month goes by and you come back and you're ready to send it out. Everything's great. You're going to publish it. If a month goes by, or even a couple of days, there could have been additional vendors that have come and registered into BidBuy. So another kind of basic guidance is whenever there's been any extended time, make that determination yourself, but even a day can make a difference. Sometimes even an hour can make a difference. You should probably always look at updating your vendors right before you send it out, to ensure that you're getting everybody that's in the system. So you've added your vendors, you're all updated, you've got the current people that are interested, that are registered in BidBuy, and you'll make those same determinations that you did on the IFB. Do you want it unrestricted, publishing out, everyone can see it, probably your most likely option. You don't want to show your unit prices, but you do want to hide your bid holders. So go ahead and make those choices. Click Save and Continue, and you will have that tab completed. Same thing holds true here on questions. You can put questions in here. They're not going to be responding electronically. Actually, so I take that back. I don't see any reason on an RFP that you would ever add a question that you would want them to respond to in the system, because they're not going to be responding electronically. No amendments to do at this time. Q&A, same holds true on an RFP. They're not responding electronically. No reason to start doing Q&A electronically. You can go back to the standard method of doing questions and answers in the system, so you don't want to add anything here. You're not going to allow it. You're not going to do anything. Same thing with reminders. You can set a reminder for yourself, but now you're out on the summary tab. You're not allowing any electronic responses. You have all your data and information complete. And now you can go ahead. It's telling me my bid date, I talked too much, talked too long, and the time has passed, so I can go ahead and change that time. Always click that date last so the time goes through. Click Save and Continue, and now come back out to your summary tab. The red warning should go away, and once you've checked everything and you're ready to send it out, same process. Just submit it for approval, automatic, save and continue, and your status on your RFP is going to change to ready to send, which means you have one last thing to do, which is send it. Do you want to send and notify, or just change it to sent? We want to send and notify those vendors. So we're going to go out, click Send the Bid. Shows me the vendors. I'm going to agree, click OK, and that will be the completion of that process. So we've now moved that bid into sent status. All of the rest of this process will remain the same. The major difference is that you're not going to have any electronic quotes, and that's really what we've been seeing throughout the system. So you now will receive all of your proposals in the mail. You'll open your approach. You'll do your review on that. You'll make your determination as to which of the pricing you're going to open, which you're going to accept and open. Once you've opened your pricing and you've done your evaluation there, and you're getting ready to do your notice of award, then you simply follow the rest of the process through. So there's very few changes between an IFB and an RFP. Very similar, main difference, no electronic responses. You'll have to put everything in after you've completed the RFP evaluation process. So any questions about that? Nope, no questions? Okay, so that's really all I wanted to cover with regards to RFP. The last thing that I want to do is just sort of tell you about all of the support that we have available to you. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to log out of the system. I'm going to hit the login button so I go back to the main page, and then I'm going to click here. So off of the main page within BidBuy, it will take you out to this particular page, and you'll see that there's two links on there. One is a link out for vendors. Vendors have lots of information. I'll just show you that really quick. There's videos for vendors that they can watch, how to register in the IPB. There are registration manuals. There are seller manuals, seller administrator, troubleshooting, IPG, all kinds of support information for them. If we're in a process of offering vendor training, there'll be a link down here so that vendors can come out and see any upcoming training that is scheduled for them. In this particular case, what we have are recordings of sessions we've done in the past for vendors, just kind of similar to this. And there's the webinar recording for them. There's a PowerPoint on various different topics within BidBuy. So if you get a question from a vendor, there is a vendor help desk that you can direct them to. But this is also another resource that you can show them and say, you know, there's lots of training videos if you need additional information, how to be an administrator within the system, how to be a seller. They have different roles too. How to obtain and respond to a bid, how the bid opening and award will work for them, open questions and answer sessions where vendors have asked us various questions. So there's a lot of resources here within BidBuy that are available to our vendors. Close that out. The same thing is true, and we have this labeled as state agencies, and to a large extent that will apply to you. That's the same page that Randy took you out to show you where the registration was. We have lots of videos. Now, on the agency side of things, your process, again, is going to be more streamlined. So you're not going to have and use every step along the way, but a lot of the resources that are available in here may still be helpful to you. So we have a kind of a detailed explanation, and this is very important. I think I covered this at the beginning, but our end user support process is what we always instruct those at the agency to do is always go to their trainer first, ask their trainer a question. That's you. If the trainer doesn't know the answer as it relates to BidBuy, go to the APO or an SPO if there's an SPO involved, or ultimately the last step in the process is to reach out and contact our help desk. The main reason that we have all those steps before they reach out to us is it's very likely that that question is better answered at your office. You will have specific forms and documents and procedures and requirements and thresholds. So we always want them to talk to you first because we might end up giving them wrong information. So we have that detailed here, and then you'll start to see our reference library. As you can see, there are a lot of documents in our reference library. And again, the primary audience for this is agencies. But for example, here is the release off master topic. And you'll see that we have job aids for doing a release off master, and this is a presentation on it. This is a job aid if you're doing a release off master on the Illinois Correctional Industries contract, something very specific. So you'll see lots of different resources. There are also, let's look at IFB. We have an instructor guide for teaching IFB. We have examples that you can use, like my dog examples or fire extinguisher examples. We have the job aids. Job aids in here are the most popular. This is the most popular document that we have out here, which is basically kind of a Cliff's Notes cheat sheet for working within BidBuy. So while your process may be slightly different, it's going to be substantially the same, and this may be a document that you want to pull out when you're practicing an IFB, and you might want to even mark it up a little bit. And it's only this slow because of our slow computer, so it doesn't actually take this long to get these, but hopefully it'll pop up in a minute so I can show you. Okay, so this is what one of our job aids look like. You know, this steps you through the process of doing a rec, a bid tabulation, and a change order, and it tells you a lot of specific steps to get you through the process. Again, things that may be very helpful to you, or you may say, you know what, it really doesn't apply. What we're doing is so much simpler that I don't need to use this. But it's there for you as a resource to consider when you're doing this. Let's go back out. Okay, so all of these various topics. There's a whole section on small purchases. Here's a section when you get down to doing sole sources, if you're going to do. And someone asked me earlier about a sole source, and I was just going to inquire, do you do very many sole sources?
Hi, that was us. We do about 5 or 6 a year.
Okay. Just enough to have to do them, but not enough to totally remember how to do them every single time you have to do them.
Pretty much.
Anybody else do much in the way of sole sources?
We don't at the retirement system.
Okay.
We've only done a couple at the treasurer's office, and that was probably in the first couple of years.
Great. Well, good for you guys. Fewer the better. So we have that resource. So this is, how we're structured in terms of, here's some emergencies. You probably don't do too many of those. And if we have any topics that are going to be very specific for your offices, because you are not only in the group with constitutional offices, you're also in the group that we're beginning to onboard, which is our local municipalities. They're going to be similar to you. They're going to have fewer requirements. They're not going to have approval paths. So we're going to put anything that's very specific to your offices in this section on constitutional, municipals, or others. And so you'll find documents in there. So that's a good resource for you. We also have this video library out here. And your video of these 2 days, the sessions, my video libraries, okay, is here. And you'll see that that's organized. So here's overall our Train the Trainer, our more full-length program. And those are full days. We generally speaking do 3 full days. And then we have, sometimes we do them for our end users, our vendors. We'll sometimes do them and record those. We used to do a lot of monthly agency webinars. We don't do those anymore, so we don't see anything additional. But you'll see kind of the topic that's covered, the webinar recording, the PowerPoint, and if there's a job aid. And then there's lots of topics. So we often do sometimes really mini sessions, 15, 20 minutes long, and like here's one on doing amendments, and here's one on attachments, and here's one that doesn't apply to you about the procurement file, canceling, just a whole lot of various topics. And you can come through here. We have more than 50 topics and recordings. This is quick by search results. You can come through and you can watch a video. And like I said, a lot of it's going to apply to you, like quick by search results is going to apply to you. So all of that's available to you to look at. The registration documents, that Randy showed you, although she's going to email you specifically one that's exactly for you. We also have some FAQs. We have some things out there that may be helpful. These are questions that, they're obviously frequently asked questions. Okay, I made myself laugh. But you can go out there and take a look at those depending on how long it takes your computer to load that particular screen. Come on. Anyway, they're out there. And the last thing I wanted to tell you about is that we have every other week on Thursday mornings, we have a trainer support webinar. And that's really kind of where we come in and we give updates every week. Hey, this is what's new. Here's a new document. Here's, a new process. It's a process we changed, something like that. And it's mostly going to be directed at, the agencies, but I think that at least for the beginning, it would probably be helpful if you attended those. We try and keep them around a half hour. Sometimes we have guest speakers that come in and talk about fascinating things. So we try and make them short and sweet. The main purpose of those, though, are it's a place for you to come and ask us questions directly. So it's every other Thursday at 10:30. And we will add you to the invites, and then you can decide whether you want to attend those or not, and whether or not you find them helpful. But in the beginning, they probably will be a little helpful. And that is all of my information that I have. There's a lot more processes in depth that we have not had a chance to go through. If you get to the point where you need assistance with that, let us know. Oh, the last thing, and you'll get this every week at the trainer support webinar, is we have an email address, and that'll all be included in your first session, which is coming up this Thursday. the email for our state user help desk, the email address for our vendor help desk, that'll be in those materials for you. But yeah, that's pretty much it. We're here when you get ready. If you run into any difficulties, first stop is to ask state user, and if it's best always to send any inquiry to them, because I actually am semi-retired now. I'm on a limited contract, so I may not see everything in a timely manner. They will. And if then you want some additional training or some additional support, we can help you with that and kind of do like we did today, get on a WebEx and show you how to do additional actions that we didn't cover.
Lori, I had a question. You had talked about us getting a copy of this PowerPoint that you used. Is that available out there under resources?
It's not on the resources. I can post that out for you, though. I can get that posted. But if you need it immediately, I attached it in the email invite on Monday.
Okay.
So if you open up that calendar invite, they're all there.
Okay, cool.
So, and one thing that we haven't really talked about, and it'll probably be something that comes up for you fairly quickly, is what if you need to do a notice, a change order notice, for example, on a contract that you did in the IPB. And so there's a specific process around doing that, where you go in and you'll need to kind of go through a mini version of loading up that original contract, and then you can start posting your notices to that. So that may be something that comes along, and if you get there, just let us know, and we'll help you through it.
And how long does the training, passwords and stuff last for us?
The training what?
The training where we can go in and play around with it?
Forever.
Oh, okay.
Forever. Yeah, it doesn't go away. And actually, though, you just reminded me of something that's kind of extremely important, and I do cover it in our weekly sessions. This is the season for retirements and job changes. So once you register into BidBuy, it is ultimately, and maybe I talked about this before, but it's just super critical that if you have someone who leaves the state employment or goes into a different job, shouldn't have access anymore, get them to be deregistered. I think they call them deregistered, which is a weird word, but that's what they call it. Oh, no, that's not in here in registration. Hold on, I'll show you real quick. The way you deregister someone, actually deactivate, I think, is you use their same form. So if you completed a form for yourself, somewhere there should be a centrally kept file of all your registered users, right? Because if you get an audit and someone's like, oh, can we see all your registration forms, you'll be able to pull it out and show it to them. And once you have registered someone, maybe they're going to have a name change. You can, if you save this out electronically too, go in and say, I want to modify my user, and you can go in and here's where you enter your reason to delete or modify somebody. So you can use this very same form that you used to register them. You just come back in and you change it for, instead of a new user, you can say, I want to delete this user. Or I want to modify this user, name change, department change, rights change, any change that you want to make. And then you just come down here and you say, the reason for my change is I'm changing their rights or I'm deleting them, no longer with the state. And then down here you can make any of those changes and just make sure you explain them at the top. And then those changes get sent over to our state user inbox. One of the things that we typically say is this is a great place to loop in your HR department, because HR does a bunch of things when someone leaves, right? They deactivate their active directory or, whatever in the system, and they do all kinds of deleting. So this could be just one more thing that HR takes care of, or you can take care of it however it works best for you. But the last thing you really want is someone leaving state employment and then able to go home, since this is a cloud-based system, and log on and order 100 clowns and have them sent to your office, So you really want to get them out of the system as soon as they're leaving employment. So that's important. Make sure that you have that as part of your internal process for managing BidBuy. It's even more important if you have approval paths, but if you're not going to use them, then that's not a problem. So, any other questions?
Nope.
No.
I don't have any.
Great. So just practice. Go in, do some simple things, whatever you do the most frequently. The worst thing you can do is leave this and wait 3 weeks until you have to actually do something and then try and do it. And then you're going to be like, I have no idea what she said. But we'll have the recordings posted out for you. And like I said, if you have 15 minutes a day that you can just spend some time practicing, before long, it'll be second nature and it'll be pretty easy for you.
Mm-hmm.
So I appreciate everyone's attention, and this went nice and fast and quickly. So thank you very much, and good luck. And let us know if you have any problems.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This was very helpful.
Thank you, Lori.
Yep.
You're welcome. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.